Yeah, like I don't understand. This was the wrong way to go. We got to reverse that. Won't be very hard. Won't be very hard. Let's see where the... Why is the camera not working? Oh, because it's closed. The camera's closed, everybody. Camera's closed. It is time to have a healthy chai latte breakfast. That is what happens. That is what happens. It's going. All right, so disable inlining. Yeah, I guess the policy is like the default values for the build option should probably just be a debug build, right? Okay. So firstly, we got to use this disable inlining. Language level inlining. Is controlled in build options. Okay, so here why am I not seeing the frickin'... There we go. No, that's not it. Why am I not seeing the line of code I was literally just looking at? Optimization level. Okay, we're going to have to figure out something there. I don't like how much we're using this variable. There's just a lot of things hooked on this variable that we need to make more visible. Like the comment says disable mem to reg is ignored, but we're using it right here as well. We have to just fucking figure this out. What is this? LVM on Windows still lowers fabs to fabs F. On Windows it is defined as an inline promotion to fabs. What does this have to do with anything? Why do we care about fabs? What is this code? I guess the problem is you couldn't step into it, but it doesn't do this with an arbitrary function named fabs, right? It's just like I don't get it, guys. Like, what even? We don't even have anything called fabs anymore anyway. We use abs. So this must have been a thing that was kicking in. It was a weird thing that we're not going to worry about. Okay, so we need some squirts of the chai juice now. This has to. All right. That goes back in. Okay. Is there a place where you can learn what is going on? No. No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Okay. Don't understand code, just delete it. Yeah, I mean, actually, you think you're joking, but no. It's actually, if you don't understand code, you probably should delete it. And then if you have a problem, you should refix the problem in a way that you understand. Not deleting code that you don't understand is the way that you rapidly become afraid of your code base and then unable to do anything in it. Which happens all the time to a lot of people. Okay. So I just have a lot of these optimization level things to attack. It's just annoying me. So the problem here is basically, you know, the people in the beta would like to understand what the hell is going on when they set optimization settings, and maybe way back in the old days they did. Oh, you know, I didn't use the grass milk for the chai, so it's not going to be as frothy as it usually is. But it's still going to be a good breakfast chai. I wanted to use the other milk because it would get old soon. Otherwise. So good though. I tell you. Okay. So we're just going to take them one by one. Actually, it's going to be hard. Okay, I'm just going to full on delete this because we're going to search for this. But I think I just counted 11 uses of this variable. 10 uses. So, well, let's see what this one is. Yeah, that one should go away. And then this is a different variable. Yeah, so there's like 10 uses of this variable, and we want it to go away is really the problem. We could replace it with some other variable. So what is this doing? We're creating an auto variable and we're changing some parameter. So that we're creating debug information. Useless documentation as always. We can at least see the variable name. Always preserve. Yeah. So this should be a different setting, probably. Right? Like, okay, so this is one of the things. One of the problems with the old style GCC debug settings is like, you have -OG, right, for debug, and then, you know, optimized, and optimized doesn't tell you much about the variable names, right? Ideally, you want to be able to preserve, you want an optimization setting that is pretty fast while mostly preserving variable names and stuff. So I gotta eat my chai phone here. So like that seems like what we really want for a lot of these cases is preserve debug info. Oh my God, the chat quality is rapidly going very far downhill. Okay, let's see how many uses of this fall into that category. I feel like a few, so that's one. That's two. This obviously has to do with that, but I don't know why we're changing the linkage. This is obviously intended. This might have been from before we were adding good debug information. Or no. Does the debug information, yeah, okay. So the symbol probably needs to get exported. So yeah, that's debug info related. And split modules. So this one we could get rid of automatically. This is just, yeah, if we have more than one module, inlining, etc., will be much less effective. So you should probably only enable this on debug builds. Okay, so let's get this one. We don't even have to add anything or change anything. So split modules is true. That's a debug default. We'll degrade inlining ability. So only set this for debug builds, increases compile speed. Okay. So let's make sure our set code generation options. Right, that we already do that. Okay, so just double checking. Just double checking. Okay, So we got rid of one of them. That's great. All right, so here again, create parameter variable. Taking a frickin' pointer to it so that it's preserved. Yeah, so that's gonna, these are all about preserving the debug level. So we need to figure out what this one is. Create compile unit. Same thing. Create compile unit. This is parameter number 373. It's actually 1, 2, 3. It's parameter 4. It's not too bad. Is optimized. What does that even mean, is optimized? What is that used for? What does it do? Oh, this is so hopeless. A Boolean flag which indicates whether optimization is on or not. Okay. Is this just informational? Is this just to tell people? Or does this cause something to occur? I'm going to guess that it's informational because all these parameters seem like header information. But what does it even mean that optimization is on or not? What if somebody wants to read that value to do something, when should it be true? I don't know. The person writing this code didn't care if I understand. They don't give a shit about you. Why would they care about doing a good job when they get $200K a year either way? You think they only get $200K a year? That's base compensation. You got to add in the RSUs on top of that. These guys ain't making only $200K a year. Which is why this is so much more fucking annoying. Create enumerator. Create a single enumerator value. Create null pointer type. Create C++OX null pointer type. Like, Jesus Christ, guys. What is your problem? This is literally somebody has a to-do list with like, write the documentation, and this is what they think did that. Yeah, all right, so we're just going to guess that this is informational, but we're going to map it to what are we going to map it to? I guess like the thing is we're setting, there is no like, is this optimized or not, right? That's being passed down. I guess we can look at this. We could say LVM options dot optimization setting not equal to LVM opt 0. Like, okay, great. It's a useless flag. Nobody cares about it. We're all sad. Okay. We don't even have a build options pointer, right? Do we get it later? Okay, so we've gotten rid of 2 of these. All right, there's this one. That one's going to go away separately. This like, we already had disable inlining, right? Didn't we? I swear I looked at disable in, am I hallucinating? That's call level. All right. Okay, so we already set that as well. So, I mean, I guess I'm going to run a test run to make sure I didn't do something extra stupid. Okay, reroll loops. Let's look at that. Yeah, like we're probably going to delete that straight up. Maybe we'll do that as soon as this test run goes. Oh, our default metaprogram is using the old thing. That's fine for now. We don't want x64 because we want like that. Yeah, this is why I stopped streaming, by the way, guys. The phenomena you're talking about in chat are exactly... Streaming is so frustrating if you want to intelligently interact with people. Just letting you know. Just letting you know. Bindings generator failed. Invaders failed, but that's because this laptop is terrible. Bindings generator failing. I don't know what that's about. So we have to look at that. It might be something trivial, like it uses a value that I deleted. Okay. On is not a member of... Okay, great. Default metaprogram. This procedure is deprecated. That's fine. On is not a member of the cast bounds check enum. Really? What? Oh, right. Wait. Okay, first of all, this is swapped, by the way. So welcome to my life. Good thing I made that mistake. That would have been sad for the beta users if that had gone out that way. All right, so undeclared identifier, debug. So yeah, so none of this is internal to the compiler code. It's just user level things that I messed up. All right, so let's go to default metaprogram. and fix this so that we don't warn for literally everyone in the universe. Right, what is it? It's set code generation options. We're probably going to add another parameter to this. In fact, we'll add it right now. This may degrade the overall effectiveness of optimization, but we can still optimize to some degree, which is why we have made these settings orthogonal. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. Okay, so and then what we're going to do is we're going to save this on the build options, but not yet. We're not yet juggling build options around. I'm going to want to take the W by checking in first before we start changing sizes of structs that have to be synced between the compiler and the user land, right? It's probably about time to do that. Did I put a no check in anywhere? No? All right, so I'm going to be paranoid while I make a T. I'm going to be paranoid and run one more of these, and then we'll check that in, and then we will proceed. So the goal, again, there's a medium-term goal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Now a bunch of stuff is failing. So we're going to have to debug that. But there's a medium-term goal of getting rid of the use of that optimization level variable, which, you know, people not in the beta probably have no idea because there's a bunch of data structures flying around and stuff. But basically, it's a redundant variable that everyone is confused about. And, you know, we're revamping and cleaning up how you set optimization levels and debug options. And so we're just trying to change around all this stuff. And the thing is, these things have been in the code since almost the beginning of the compiler, and in part because there was less clarity about them and we were just doing whatever and not thinking seriously about it, they crept into some weird places, and so we're uncreeping, right? Redeclaration of build type. Wait. Oh, okay. That's gonna, oh God. All right. So anything that uses the fucking bindings generator broke. Because the bindings generator it does this thing where it's translating stuff to C. Oh no, bindings generator has a thing called build type. This isn't what I thought. This is just, we're importing compiler. All right, here's what we're gonna do. me just passive aggressively do this. So instead of running all those, we might want to make that a local variable anyway. Okay, so let's try this one, for example. Oh, I didn't put that on there. How does this work? I haven't used this in a long time. All right, so that works. Except the example. This is what happens. See, this is why we have such careful namespacing in this language, because when this happens, if this happens in C++, it's a nightmare. So now, I could just go do the same thing to this import that I did to the other import. I'm just debating if I really, like, I mean, the thing is, it's a parameter type. Build type is not, a good name anyway, is kind of what I'm thinking. Because what does build type even mean? This is like optimization. Code gen type. Okay, so part of what we're trying to do, to go back to the backstory again here, is give people more orthogonal control over what's happening. Now, from a user level, when you say I'm making a debug build or I'm making a release build or whatever, you will often be setting options like this, but you'll also be like, well, you know, we want to include some code with static ifs if it's a debug build and not if it's a release build or whatever, right? But so that naturally leads to conflation of some of these things and tying them together, and I'm just trying to untangle them. And so, like, our build modes used to be called debug and release or whatever, but like, release is a thing that you do. It's not a property of the code, right? So like, even, you know, in our previous games, we would have release build and then final build. And final would be what we actually release to the public, but release means optimized because Visual Studio uses the word release to mean optimized, right? And that's just confusing and stupid. And so we're trying to iron all that out. So this is really just optimization type. It's not really build. Build type means more to me like the user level thing. Now, that said, there might be some value in giving people a set of like user level, like those things. Like instead of debug and release and final, it would be like debug and optimized and final, right? Or optimized and release. But I kind of don't want to, it's too many things to think about right now. There's too many balls in the air. I think we finish this refactoring and then we just see, how it feels and then whether we want to condense some of these things. Debug, release, and distribution is what you use. Right, but you're only using release to mean that because that's what Microsoft did, right? like release and so the reason release should be different from optimized is because internally to our team, and this is common, right? Our content people want to run the optimized version of the game, right? Because they want it to go fast enough that they could do stuff. But they don't want to run the release version of the game because they need to have the editor in there and the command console. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a conflation that causes problems or annoyance, or just it's dumb naming. We are getting on the T train. The T train will be leaving the station soon. Production makes the most sense for game development. This isn't just for game people, though. This is for everybody. This is for everybody. Okay. I'm still having some doubts about whether this is the right schema, but we're just going to try it. This is what I do a lot of the time. Instead of like over-analyzing and overthinking things, I just do it and then see how it goes. And if it's not right, I change it again later. And I think this is a good strategy in the end. It does mean that you have to program a little bit more, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have to work more, because in the other way, you just spend a lot of time thinking about stuff, which is also work, and maybe not as effective work, right? So I'm just going to do this, and then later we'll revamp the user level hookup, and then maybe I'll change some of this stuff at that time. Also, though, the more you practice programming, the better you get at it. And so doing this style where you just try stuff is actually very good for your ability to program, right? Because you just get more reps. Beta testers will hopefully help iron out things. Yes. However, I should attempt to do as good of a job as I know how to do before I give it to the beta testers. This isn't some open source crap where we like just type in some things that don't really work and really suck and aren't the right idea and then tell people to beta test it. That is not how we work here. Okay. It is tea prep. Oh boy, oh boy. Things are going everywhere. It's weird, like I have this whole table right here just to set my laptop top up on, but yet somehow it is crowded and full of items. You know what I'm saying? All right. Last night's tea has exited the building. Where did I put the actual tea? Where did I put it? I know I had it. I brought it all, guys, I brought it all over here. I had this, I had the boiling water. We're taking so long, we're gonna have to reboil the, where did I put the tea? We need to get back to programming, and I don't know where I put the tea. Oh, there it is. It's hiding under the paper towel. No problem. Emergency. It's just what happens when there's too many items. It's just what happens. All right. All right, now we can get back to work here. It's just important to have your priorities straight. Somebody said I have a whole coffee shop. I mean, they're not wrong. I have 2 different chai lattes. I have this one. I have this one. I have the tea that we just did. I have our Xbox controller from playing the Jeff Minter game. That's not a coffee shop. I have a honey. I have a jar from the yard for some reason. I've got our teacup. I've got other snacks. I've got other snacks. You know, there's just, I've got a Leatherman. Why? I don't know. There's some books. There's things. There's just things. Okay. So, did we run this? How did this go? Oh yeah. Okay, I should have had this rerunning the whole time. Sorry. Oh, did I change? I didn't change it. Okay. So we're going to run this again. And if that goes well, we're going to check it in and then start removing some things or adding some things. You know, this function down here, once we start adding and removing variables, this function isn't going to do the same thing anymore anyway, right? Because this is going to go away. Maybe that's fine. I was thinking of maybe refactoring this to just call this. I don't know. Let me put on the to-do list. Okay. Okay, so invaders failed. Again, I'm not in control of my laptop, so I can't make that work, but everything else worked. So, the the way you set optimization options. Boom. Oh, dude. I had a no check-in. It just wasn't in C++. Okay, reroll loops. Right, let's just put that on the to-do. Okay, so we're going to delete that literally now that we have checked in. It's a little bit precarious. Not really, it's pretty easy to do these things, but you have to do them in sync, and if you mess it up and you get confused, it's like, oh, I don't know. All right, so reroll loops is gone. And we deleted it from there. So literally, we should just be able to recompile and rerun, and everything should work. Is invaders the read-only issue? No, it isn't. It's something else. Like some other system process is reading executables after we write them to disk and doing something with them. And while it's trying to read the executable, we try to compile a new version of it, and that doesn't work because it's open. I don't know who the fuck thinks it's okay to do shit to executables, but that's what's going on, and I have no control over it. Windows Defender, no, it happens, well, when you turn Windows Defender off via the UI, it still happens, and these are in a Windows Defender exception folder. Like, look, guys, this is also, you know, once in a while, I always say the behavior of things is so bad, and they say, oh, just go into settings and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, first of all, it eats up so much of your life to change settings on every goddamn, like I use probably an average of a new computer every 6 months, right? And if I use a new program, I have to set it up on like 4 computers. Like, it's annoying. But also, if you let that be the culture of usage of software, that is you capitulating. The software is not for you at that point, right? It's you modifying your behavior for the people who make the software. And then the people who make the software will continue to manipulate you in that way. So like, you know, they added UAC, right, to Windows, the security thing a long time ago. But you could turn it off, and then now when you turn it off, it's not really like all the way off. To turn it all the way off, you have to do a registry thing, right? They don't want you to be in control of it. With Windows Defender, it's like, okay, I turn it off via some switch in the UI. What does that mean? I don't know, right? They keep changing exactly what it means. So maybe it is still doing something, but I turned it off. I did my part. Like the kid in Starship Troopers. Anyway, that's why I actually have a great deal of contempt whenever people say, just change the settings. It's like they don't realize they're being rat and amazed, right? When they say that. But that is what's going on. I'm going to prep some milk. Now we have an additional item, the milkness. Okay. Now, so we got our recompile. I'm just going to run this whole thing again, and Invaders is going to fail again. Why? Because Windows, I guess. Maybe because Razer. I don't know. I don't know whose fault it is. I don't know who to blame. There's just too much crap running on the system now that is quote-unquote normal. Like, if I were going to go try to debug this, it could be the start of a never-ending nightmare. So I just choose not to debug it. What I chose to do is I bought a different laptop from a different vendor, and when that gets here in a few days, because this laptop has all kinds of problems, When that other laptop gets here in a few days, I'm going to see if it's better, right? And if it's better, I'll just switch. If it's not better, then I don't know. We're going to have to take some drastic steps. Because I cannot program reliably on this laptop. That's how bad it has gotten. It's the first laptop in many years on which I cannot even program reliably. Even after doing a bunch of stuff to compensate for all the problems, I still can't program reliably on it. Like installing Linux. Well, if I install Linux, then I at least won't worry about sound working, because it won't. It's slow on wall power as well as battery power. And it's slow in a weird bad way. It's slow in some way that like the bus isn't being properly serviced or is full or something. And the thing is, this isn't unique to Razer. The ThinkPad X1 Extreme was fucked up in the same way, but not as badly. This is more fucked up than the ThinkPad X1 Extreme, which is pretty bad. I don't know what's going on with these computers. But like you can't, so as shipped, right, with all the latest drivers installed and everything, you can't even play YouTube videos on this laptop. They're too slow. Like you go to YouTube, you press play, the video goes and the sound crackles and it doesn't work. If you're on battery. If you're plugged in, you can kind of mostly play YouTube videos. But like, who would pay $4,000 for a laptop where you can't play a YouTube video when you're not plugged in? But so then, you know, I realized, I posted some of this on Twitter, but I realized the integrated GPU was just not running correctly. Like, yes, it's slower than the NVIDIA GPU, but like, it's pretty fast, you know, by historical standards. Should be able to play a damn YouTube video. So something about the way that is working was too slow, so I turned it off. Now I could play YouTube videos, but I only get an hour of battery life. So like, how am I supposed to take this somewhere and program when it shuts down after an hour, right? And it's just, again, it's one of these, oh, go change the settings. Go turn the thing off in BIOS. Well, then this other bad thing happens. Like, just, if they would just make a thing that works, none of this would be an issue. Have I tried Macs? Yeah, I can't use Macs. They're terrible. I mean, the CPU is good. But like, they're just not usable as machines for programmers, unfortunately. Because all the decisions about them, about how they work, are made counter to that. Even like Xcode is like, the whole thing about Xcode where it magically recompiles your stuff and you're not supposed to think about that is absurd. But that's like the way that they're thinking about everything. Isn't Unix like OS good for programming? It's better than Mac, but the problem on Unix is that debuggers are all trash. And because most people in that ecosystem have never used a good debugger, they don't even know. Like they're still using GDB which is literally what I used in 1989 when I showed up at college. And it's the same program and it works the same way. They're literally using 35-year-old debugging. It's embarrassing. And you try to bring it up and like nobody seems to understand that it's an issue. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's part of it. You know, Carmack mentioning how little debuggers are used sometimes. Like, I think that's what happens is like a lot of the time people just do printf debugging and they reserve GDB style and LLDB style things for like other classes of bugs. So I guess if your picture of what you do with a debugger is very small, then it's not that surprising if it doesn't do very much. Okay, let's get back to the actual thing. All right, so invaders failed, no surprise. Oh, minimal metaprogram is using, we're still using reroll loops for some reason. I didn't delete it from there. All right, I thought I did. Oh, we deleted it from the historical one, but not from our new thing. Lol. Okay, let's just make sure these build. Okay, great. I have on the to-do list to search and replace set optimization level, but I don't want to do that yet. Okay, next step. I want to add a variable on, it's going to be on LLVM options for now only, called preserve debug info. Right? There is no optimizer on x64. Anyway, so we're going to add this thing on LLVM options. And this is what it's going to be. It's going to be preserve debug info equals, oh, dang it. We'll set it directly. See, the problem is if I want to call the variable exactly preserve debug info, then this using will shadow it unless I put an except here. I don't know. Like, it's very clear to name things the same thing because you know what it is, but then you have these namespacing issues. And I don't want to put an underscore in front of the parameter or whatever, because then when you're passing parameters, if you want to pass by name, you have to put the underscore, and that's gross. So I'm just going to do this for now. Let's put that in LLVM options. Let's put this up here. What is this communist way of writing things? Okay. True will degrade optimization to some degree, but increase ability to debug. Okay. so you can still make an optimized build with debug info. Yeah, Remedy is great. I would like to see, well, I mean, it's not as fully featured as Visual Studio Debugger yet, last I saw, but it's much faster, right? And like, I guess he didn't have a Linux port of that yet, but if he were to do one, that would be huge. Like, Linux is significantly better for programming than any other OS. What have you done? What have you released? Code Clap is very similar. I have not heard of that one. Is it about an easy clap on the code? You worked on AOSP at Google. What is AOSP and how many people worked on AOSP? Android open source project. Yeah, that's not, I'm sorry, that doesn't read that as that impressive in this community. So like saying I was one of a giant army of people who did a thing, like that's fine, cool, but and I don't mean to, yeah, I don't mean to make a big thing out of this. I don't mean to be a total dick about it, but like, just the problem is people show up and they make statements like that that seem obviously false to me, and just usually haven't backed it up by a reasonable degree of experience. It's just a meme. It's just a meme that happens. Me dissing my subscribers. Dude, if you had to read Twitch chat all day, you would diss your subscribers too. Let me tell you what. You made a website once. Okay. I made a website once too. It's actually kind of hot in here, which is weird. It's been cold for months. I might open a window. All right, we were adding preserved debug info, so we have to add this also too. Okay, so now we're going to go back here, and remember when I was saying this optimization level stuff? Preserve debug info. In fact, I'm going to say preserve. I'm going to say auto preserve is this long ass thing, and then preserve. Okay. This one is weird. This is about inlining, I guess. We'll come back to that one. Not as obvious. Okay, these are the same preserve case. Okay. This is the same preserve case. Dude, just code is so much harder to read when people like, I don't know. Maybe it's just my personal style and my brain is tuned for it, but I just want spacing to be in the right places. I want function parameters to be lined up, you know. Okay, so we're down to like 2 uses of this variable, right there and there. So we're going to make sure it works before we go worry about that. And we might check in again. Anyway, I don't mean to start a witch hunt or attack any particular person in chat, so I regret going down that direction. It's just, if you say Linux is the best thing ever for programming, it just leads me to believe you haven't programmed on other systems, right? There are some things about Linux that are better than Windows, but not very many in terms of being able to program. And there are a lot of things that are worse. For example, lack of good debuggers, right? Lack of other good performance utilities, lack of ability to control what's going on in your program a lot of the time. So like last I checked, unless they added an extension, you can't even make sure that memory is actually committed to your process, right? So like if you mmap a bunch of pages, or you malloc a bunch of pages that just may not be there, right? Which is terrible, like terrible for performance. What else? All sorts of things. Like you can't statically link things, right? So you can't distribute programs that you know how they work and guarantee that they will work. The graphics, like any API for drawing stuff on the screen is just a Byzantine and horrible object-oriented mess. Now that's a little bit true in Windows as well, but it's just worse on Linux because of the history of X11, where, you know, it sounds like a cool space age idea, like, hey, anytime somebody draws graphics, we'll just have it be like it could go over the network as well, and then you can just project your display around. And in reality, that's horrible and makes things much harder to program. Maybe Wayland's better, but the problem is that Wayland's example is X11, so being 20% better than X11, which might make you feel good because you achieved that, is you're still a horrible shit show at that point, right? Like, there's just so many things that are bad. So many things that are bad. Where it's the same, but everything is callbacks now. Oh, it's that bad? All right. I've never looked at Wayland, so I don't even know. Like, people can't even deploy software on servers in Linux without all this Docker stuff now. And you're telling me it's the best OS in the world for programming? If it's the best OS for programming, why can't I do something without Docker? Like, FreeSync works on Wayland. Yeah, that's good. But that doesn't help with the API or the programming model. Anyway, so that was just off the top. I don't even program in Linux very much. I do a little bit, but I stay away from it. That's just off the top of my head, problems that we have. Oh, no, there's even worse problems. Like, oh my God, you should see the nightmare we have to do in the compiler for Linux. So, okay. So anytime you load an executable, right, there's a thing that happens. There's a thing called relocations in the executable file format. This is true on all operating systems, where anytime there's a pointer, because your executable or your DLL or whatever might get loaded at an arbitrary address, right? Then anything that's a pointer in the file has to get marked up with a little data record that says there's a pointer here. It points at this offset from this symbol so that later when you load this executable, poke the pointer in the right place, okay? That's been true for a long time on every operating system, basically. The format is slightly different between, Windows and, elf and dwarf style things, but it's not that different. Okay, on Windows, everything works as you would expect. Like the operating system loads the thing, it patches up the pointers, and then, for example, it applies whatever page permissions you want. So if you want to say, hey, this segment is read-only, then it'll make it read-only, and then it'll give your application control, and you can run. On Linux, it's a complete fucking shit show because the summer intern programmed this back in 1993 or whatever, right? So on Linux, if you have a read-only data segment that contains pointers, your program will fault on load because it does the read-only part first, and then it does the operating system thing where it goes and patches all the pointers, and it's like, oh fuck, this is read-only. Oops, crash, right? So we have all this shit. Let me see if I could find it. We have all this shit about making other extra data segments if you happen to be on Linux for like where is it? I'm going to see if I could find this. Symbol index text that does not get remapped for Linux DLL hacks. Let's, okay. Yeah, okay, so we have, for example, the type table, which is a big data structure that has pointers in it. And normally it's in its own read-only segment for maximum security. But on Linux, we can't do that because this shit just doesn't work on that operating system, like at a fundamental level. So we have to like do a bunch of gymnastics. Where is it? And then this affects all sorts of things in how we have to write the stuff. I don't know. There's like, I showed a couple if statements, but there's like a lot of if statements somewhere to deal with this, and I don't even remember where they are. Anyway, it's a disaster, dude. It's a disaster. And like nobody cares and nobody ever fixes this stuff, right? It's like, could you guys fix this, please? It's obviously wrong. There's no benefit to doing it the way that it's being done. But I bet what's going on is people are scared of the code, right? They're scared of what'll happen if they try to fix it. And that's what I was saying before about you want to avoid that effect if at all possible, right? Avoid being scared of your code because it results in bad things. I opened a window. We'll see if it makes the noise too bad. All right, so, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna run the tests. We should build the Sokoban game as well. I haven't been doing that. Has anyone tried long green tea? I am not actually a big green tea person. I should be, because green tea is pretty good sometimes, but I've just been doing strong black tea with milk and honey. That's like where I go these days. All right, so again, invaders failed. Did we expect that? Oh, this is going to take like, oh, it's on D. This is going to take like 2 minutes or some shit. Okay, that's still using set optimization level as well. So when we do that sweep, it's calling it like 4 times at different places. Undeclared, okay, so Sokoban is still, oh, I broke the build for everybody, hold on. Okay. We're gonna use the new thing here. We're gonna switch this to set, what is it called? Set code generation options. That's a little bit of a verbose name, but we'll fix it later. Dot optimized. Wait. All right. We'll put very debug here, even though it doesn't do anything yet. Okay. Okay. So when we do release with stack, we'll preserve debug info. This is going to be very optimized. See, we're setting all these things, but set code generation options. Why are we putting vectorization off? Like what? Okay. So, procedure call, oh boy. I changed the function signature. By putting this here, and that's not good. Okay, you know what? We're just going to do this. Preserve debug info. So we're going to do that there. And this is going to be true. We don't even need to say that. See how much cleaner these are getting? Okay. Like, what was the point of calling the other thing? And then, yeah, it's like literally a small number of lines. All right, so great. Where was that? Enable frame pointers. Oh, it's just options. So I did that because there was a using around it. Okay, so that means here, this is not actually an LLVM options. This is up here. Okay, this is going to take a little while because it's a debug compiler with LLVM backend. So God only knows. We should make a release compiler while this is happening. Wait. Oh, uh-oh. Guys, I've been doing the #1 mistake of programming, I think. I've been rebuilding the release compiler and running the debug compiler and saying, oh shit, it works, right? I do that sometimes. So hopefully it works, right? Let's try the release compiler. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe we've made horrible mistakes. Yeah, no, Guys, I screwed everybody on the team who updates. So let's fix that. Wow, this is bad. This is real bad because I checked it in. Unknown optimization setting 52. Okay, so what that means, because it's a small enum, that means, remember what I was saying about the sizes not lining up? This means the sizes are not lining up. This is muy malo. So, well, optimization setting. Here's what we could do to debug this more readily. First, we're going to put it at the beginning. Anyway, it's probably the thing that people care about, right? So we're going to put it at the beginning anyway. But probably the offset of LLVM options itself is different between the two things. So it's probably some alignment situation. In as much a synonymous context as there is between languages, would this allow for something such as defining a macro within another defined macro in C? Oh, no. I mean, we go so far beyond that kind of thing you wouldn't even believe. It's like it's not even worth making the analogy. Okay, 205. 205 is OXCD, which means uninitialized memory, by the way. Okay, so, or OXCC, it's one of those two. Probably CD. Now, yeah, because CD would be an odd number, because CF would be an odd number. Okay, defaulting to 01, great. Oh, why do we report an error and then default to 01? Let's just not even default. Or we won't even say defaulting, because that kind of implies that we're going to try to do something. Whereas if you give us garbage data, then yeah. Okay, but like I was saying, oh boy, there's a lot of members here, right? So we have to debug this like fast. Okay. So the thing is, it's factored a little different on the two sides. All right. Optimization level U8. Wait, what? Hold on. The optimization level is there. Output type. Okay, never mind. I thought these were constants. They're not. Output type. Output flags. Padding. Probably right, but we could check that later. Optimization level. Right, added strings, runtime storage list type info. Shorten file names and error messages. Blah, blah. macOS version. See, this is an opportunity for shenanigans, maybe. But that would have been wrong before if it's wrong now. See, I was being so careful about doing these incrementally, and it didn't matter because I ran the wrong thing. OS target, CPU target, backend, machine options, debug info, max and polymorph depth, x64 options, LLVM options. Okay, so let's check x64 options. Those are all the same. All right, so what do you do in a case like this? Well, you can print out the offsets of various things. Now, the thing is, the x64 backend still probably works, right? Okay. So we can make a little program to do the following thing. We import compiler. We're going to print some stuff. All right. Okay. I got to do it -x64 because we broke LLVM. There we go. Okay. So level 1 of checking is like, do these frickin' match? I think they're called the same thing. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. So the size is in agreement between the two things, right? Which means either it's alignment or things being out of order. Yeah, we could do a reverse merge on the SVN. I just would rather just plow ahead and fix it, because it won't mess up people working on the game. Let me double check this in my email, but what should happen is the build server would have noticed that the game didn't compile. And would have failed the build. I'm just logging into my Gmail on this other machine real fast and verifying that's what happened. Yeah. Okay, so it's not really messing with anyone. Maybe it messes with Raphael. Okay. So let's then, so now what we could do is check the offsets, all right? So what is the offset of LLVM options? And now the thing is, I think there's an offset of in C++ or whatever, but I don't remember how to use it. That was added recently. So we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to say opts is a build options, right? And we're going to say P0, we'll make it a char star, and we're going to go P1 ops.lvm options, we're going to say printf. All right. Now we haven't done that for the other thing, but okay. So 336. LLVM options starts 336 bytes in, which, by the way, is 8-byte aligned, which is what we would expect. So now we just need to do that quantity for the other thing. Oops, it's not printf, and it's not %d. 336. Okay, so now I'm very confused. Are we just not setting the default value of this variable? Oh God, guys. Because it's the first, guys. When you program for a long time in a language that gives you the great convenience of initializing things to 0 by default, and then you go back to C++, which doesn't do that, you may be even more prone to making this kind of error, because I was just declaring it and I was like, of course it gets initialized. What are we, savages? But you will see, though, you know, this is the kind of bug that in the old days might have taken me a lot longer to track down. But just, you see what I very methodically did. I was like, okay, let's make sure the sizes are in sync between these two places. They appear to be, we went all, normally when doing this kind of thing, you would find somewhere the place where they were out of sync, right? Here, they were in sync all the way, and then it's like, oh, okay, that means the bug must be this other thing, and then it was very easy. Okay, so I should be able to compile, well, okay, we are able to compile with LLVM backend now. Okay, great. So that, it seemed like a little bit of a goose chase, but it actually led us to the bug, so we're good. We are good. Let's go back to release compiler. See if we can build the Sokoban game. In this language, in our new language, things are default initialized unless you say not to. Because the idea is, like, code that is shorter and less verbose should do the right thing, and then if you want to do something picky and weird, you're free to do that. But it takes more characters, right? Let's use LLVM backend, so do that. Sure is taking a while. Maybe because I enabled the SLP vectorization passes and all this stuff. Although, yeah, see this? Okay, so LLVM build has always been slow. Does this make a release build by default, or what? Let's remind ourselves. Set code generation options. So we say, we add to builds these things. And we make setup debug. I just want to see what this is. This will also be a double check on our new code that we've been doing. All right, so O1, tail calls, loop unrolling, SLP vectorization, loop vectorization, verify input, verify output. Maybe it's just the O1 is taking so damn long. I bet it is. Like, this all looks reasonable. Let's just try. Let's just try O0. Still takes a long time. What's it doing? That took longer. O1 takes longer than O0, or O0 takes longer than O1. Okay. We're not doing preserve debug info, and that was what, okay. We're just gonna make sure it works, and then I'll talk to Raphael. He has a lot more experience about what takes more or less time. Was it Soko debug, right? Yeah. Let's make sure it works. If you learn anything from watching Raphael, it's that the LLVM guys are really good at making compilations slow. Yep. Yep. I mean, not bad for debug builds, right? I mean, let's go to a level. Let's go to a level that'll really stress it out.
Can't believe I finally found this place.
So this is the speed that you get as a default debug build. It's pretty okay. 30 FPS. Should make sure I can actually debug. That is true. We should do that.
These carts are still grinding away after centuries. That old magic was quite robust. Better than any love got these days.
All right, let's do that. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna start a new Visual Studio. We're gonna go debug. I just clicked on debug and it opened the wrong menu. Thanks, guys. All right. So here we are, rendering meshes. What are my locals? Okay, well, we do have some values are optimized away and not available. Do we say preserve? I'm looking in the wrong file. That's where my brain is at. Okay, so all right, so set up debug, for example. I think we want preserve true here. I don't know, so I accidentally deleted yeah, I forgot to put these here. All right. So we're gonna, I don't think we need to rebuild the compiler, right? We didn't do anything there. So just gonna do this again. So the preserve is, was that an LLVM option? I don't think so. Oh yeah, it is. So that's set to true now. It was set to false before, right? Let's see. Let's go up before our log. Preserve debug info false. Yes. Oh, well, we just scrolled to the bottom right when I was about to select that, but it said false. All right. Let's actually see how much that impacted performance. I think our 30 FPS was on the other level, but we're getting that here too. So, I mean, this is totally reasonable debug performance, right? So, let's attach again. And I think we were just here. We've still got optimized away and not available. Wait, except not for the same things. Oh, this is for things, okay. This is a weird, these are things that are in scope but don't exist yet. So before we were seeing that on like entity params, right? Okay, context is weird. That should work. That's annoying. So let's see if these become available when we step down. Yeah, is skinned. Mirage pass. Is that also optimized away and not available? Where? That's like not even here. Okay, so there's something weird going on after we have done all these changes. Wait, is Mirage Pass a using? So yeah. So I think that's in here. The problem is when we do that, C++ doesn't understand that at all, and this debugger is for C++. So there's just certain things that you expect not to see anyway. And that is maybe making this. I think these are mostly fine. Shader, I'm not sure about. That's probably also on entity draw info. Let me just see if there's a declaration for it. Oh, there's one down. Okay, that's a thing where, can we see it now? Can you hear me now? Shader, yeah, okay. So once it's in scope, we could see it. So that's just, you know, Visual Studio saying optimized away and not available is a confusing status message because what's really going on is it's not in scope. Which might actually be, see, this might be just a mismatch between the way the programming language thinks about scopes and the way C++ does. So that might be something that we can improve just in the way that we give LLVM the debug info. Because we just have everything at the top level. It's probably not totally true because we need extra information to survive to the back end in order to do that, but we could probably do it. But that is not something new that we broke. Now, something that is context here. You need to be able to see that, and we can't see it. So that's really the problem here. I'm going to put in the to-do okay. So anyway, this all mostly works just fine. So we're going to continue with our thing after we first run the test. I don't know what's been going on. What's the difference between GPU RAM and GPU VRAM that we saw just now while the game was running? I did not write that debug info, so I am not sure. I would guess that, we keep some, like if we don't have enough video RAM on the GPU, that we keep some stuff backed up in system memory, and that might just be like system memory that is being used for. Okay. So there's some combination of build settings that is causing unhappiness. So this was the thing about dude, I hate LLVM so much. Okay, there's several things it's unhappy about for some combination of options. This is either something about we inlined these, but somebody's referring to them. Or we're running with split modules. But shouldn't. Dude, I don't know. Okay. This, welcome to my nightmare, is figuring out why LLVM is causing problems. It shouldn't be a problem. Not that many things failed, so that might help us narrow it down. Is like what... All right, let's look at... Let's look at this one. This is a pretty simple thing. Okay, so we run that, we get a bunch of spam. Let's run it with debug compiler, just in case. We get a bunch of spam. So let's make sure we're compiling. Let's get rid of this for now. We're in debug build. Make sure we don't pull that again. And we're just going to do this just to factor this out of being the problem. Because, you know, that was a thing that we enable or disable based on certain things. Okay, that was it. That was it. There's some... okay, so what is it about split modules? We could just, for purposes of backward compatibility with everyone, we could just turn that off anyway. Wait, did I change the default there from false to true? Hold on. No, that was true both times. Let's look at... Oh, no. This, because we checked it in, so we're not diffing against that. We're not diffing against that. All right. So that was true in both of these. And then we would set that to false. I guess this is probably still how the code is. We would set that to false if we're doing any optimization. Because otherwise we return from here. And that is still the same. Let's put vectorization is only on very optimized. But nothing to do with what we're trying to debug. Yeah, I kind of don't know. Now, this example program could also be setting this. No, doesn't seem to be. Okay. Oh, we're setting, okay. This is bad news bears, actually. This is bad news bears, because we haven't completed getting rid of this variable. So it's still doing stuff, but it's doing stuff inconsistent with before because it's not controlling everything that it used to control. So remember, our whole objective was to delete this. And instead of calling, let's just have this called, okay. So first of all, let's put this back for a second. But let us go here, and we're going to call, right, we import compiler, yes, we must, actually. We're going to call set code generation options, because this is what people really want to know about anyway. Options dot optimized dot very optimized. Okay. I don't know. Dot optimized. Okay, this doesn't surprise me at all now. Okay, so now what happens if we build this? It's actually okay. All right, so that's good news. But we do want old code. So remember, we're replacing that old function with this new one that we just called. But we want this to work for beta users, because the whole point of deprecating it but leaving it implemented is we want to make sure it works. So I think if we just continue our getting rid of this variable optimization level, in fact, I'm even going to delete it there. We'll see what happens, and then we can check in. There's probably a few more example programs that manipulate this variable directly, and so we're going to have to edit those as well. Okay, so here, I think this is about preserve debug info as well. I think. Wait. Hold on. This is if we're not preserving. Okay. Whatever. A little bit silly. It's fine. Optimization level. So this one, this opt level, what was this for? Always inline. Yeah, I don't think this should even be here. This one. But even for now, this should still be a different thing, right? Disable inlining. All right, and then we have opt level down here. You know what? Let's just put that up there. We'll put that there. Okay. Opt level goes away. That's a different opt level. So now optimization level does not exist in this file anymore. And that means we get to break our build again by doing this. It probably won't break, hopefully. Optimization level, bam. I mean, it will, like I said, a bunch of sample programs will still be using this, right? All right. So while we're doing all this, I want to tell the people about this. Level. Confusing to reason about in light of all the other settings. Now you call set code generation options with the appropriate level, and it will set all the settings based on this, which you can override after. Okay, we're communicating to the people. Because when somebody compiles and they get optimization level not defined, they can go to the update notes and I can tell them why it's not there. Okay, so that's good. Did I delete it? Yes. Really, maybe this should be called set optimization level. But yeah, we could change the name back maybe later. So I feel like this is fine. We deleted that so we could take it off the to-do list. Okay. Disable inlining. Right. This is a pointer, bro. Shouldn't you be lost at sea, bro? How do you convince LLVM to output reasonably performant machine code and still be able to see the variables? Yeah, we do a stupid hack where what we noticed is that mem to reg can't turn mem to a reg if you take a pointer to the thing. So we take pointers to everything. It's stupid. But that's what we do. Okay. It's been years now you are working on this programming language. That is true. Everything I've ever done in my career took years, though. Like something, I mean, if you want to make a video game now, it takes years. Unless it's a very, very simple video game. It's just how it is. Sorry. Now that said, we're doing an especially big video game that is taking more years. And this is also a very ambitious programming language that is also taking more years. If either thing were less ambitious, it would have been out already, right? But that's just how it is. It's the price of doing cool stuff. I wish I could do things faster. If I had bought Bitcoin, I could have larger teams working on this stuff. But I don't. Dude, I remember reading on like Dig or something, or maybe Reddit, when Bitcoin reached $1 and everybody was hyped about it. Do I feel like I'm approaching the finish line about the compiler? Yeah, a lot of things are pretty good. Okay, there's obviously an issue here we need to fix. A lot of things are good. There's a few issues that we still need to work through, but most of the language is kind of settled down and figured out. Now that said, even though I said, yeah, these things take years these days, right? It's not really a good thing. Like, we would like to be able to get things done as fast as possible. And in fact, that's part of the reason why I'm working on this programming language. Is so that people who use it can get things done somewhat faster than they can in C++ or whatever other language, right? And so, yeah, I want to get those number of years down, but the fact still remains that it's non-trivial. Okay. These might just be all things that are using the optimization level variable manually. I feel like that's likely. So it might just be a one by one fix the programs. Yeah, see? I think I'm going to want to change the name of this back, but we'll get everything working first. Set code generation options. I don't like that name. Yeah. Rename set code generation options. Okay, so, oh, it's not release. Remember that whole thing that I said about it not being called release for reasons? All right, so we just have to literally find every program that does that. Wow, this was edited on Linux. Optimization level. Type of build yeah, that's not a thing. And then nobody even uses that. Like literally nobody's even using this. Okay. So instead of that, it's going to be optimization type. And this will be debug, optimized. Okay. Oh boy. That made LLVM unhappy once again. God damn it, dude. Okay, one thing at a time. we'll fix the other problem first. And then, yeah. So is this thing also calling set optimization level? I feel like it wasn't. Mm-mm. Okay. Okay. Cool. Why did that fail? Maybe the same reason. Nope. Oh boy. I sure hope that was... See, here's a funny one where this is being serialized. So like we would like to keep it the same size. It is. It is a U8, right? And our new thing is also a U8. Where are we at? Yeah. So easy clap. It's just we have to be aware that that's a... Just have to be aware. Now maybe it doesn't make sense to put this in the header since optimization controls are actually much more granular, but hey. All right. Okay. All right. We're just going to run the tests again. And a bunch of things are still going to fail. We're just doing this to get an updated list. Now, some of them will fail due to that LLVM link problem. We're going to ignore those. And we're just going to try to figure out which ones are failing due to still using this variable that we're trying to delete. Still going. Almost done. Almost done. Hey, there's people just showed up. How's it going, people who just showed up? I bet all sorts of things were happening on the previous stream. I bet it was an action situation. You can see here we have our action situation as well. All right, so yeah, we're ignoring these ones for now. They will get fixed. We're looking for these ones. We're looking for the easy claps first. Tests ABI, all right. Basically, we're changing, so for the people who just showed up, we are changing the way that you specify how your program should get optimized, and like what the settings are and stuff. Because the old things were stuff that had just kind of accreted over time and didn't totally make sense. And we're just cleaning it out and making it better for all the people in the beta. And so one of the things is we deleted this variable called optimization level, and a bunch of the examples and tests and stuff set that variable directly, and we're not doing things that way anymore. So I've just got to go update them. Yay, updating things. Do debug. See, this is weird. Like, this is just a test, and it's trying to like see what this is weird. So we're just going to do this. It's a test. We're testing that it does debug info. What about here? Okay, so here we're going to say there we go. Wow, there's a lot of traffic noise outside. Okay, let's try rebuilding these two and see what happens. Easy clap. What was even the other one? Dude, my scroll back is going to get full of program output because in 2023, you can't have more than like 1,000 lines of scroll back by default. Just go change the settings. Just go change the settings. All right. We're just going to see if that fixes again during the next run. Okay, here's one. Compile C library. Yeah, I could also string search for this. This is the same, like nobody's gonna call this with a different thing. All right. How about some other one? Optimization level, test yellow. That's a different one. Pipe output to file. I mean, yeah, we could do that. Like this is all, I feel like all this code was copy pasted from somewhere to make tests, which is a reasonable way to make tests. But like nobody's ever, this test doesn't set the build options. It just runs this. So like it's checking for something that never happens. Anyway. Okay, so test DLL, test bytecode threads, compile CLI. I think that's the one we just did. Test regression, overlapping, initialization. Oh. That's weird. Let's see. What is your problem, bro? Shouldn't you be lost at sea? Cannot open file. Why not? Running linker. It's trying to make the file. This is like another LLVM multiple units problem, but we're not even, it's just like the linker is silently failing and not telling. Welcome to my world, by the way. Okay, here's the thing, guys. If you're ever in charge of making operating system stuff or anything, the lower level tools that everybody interfaces with need to be the most helpful and communicative when something goes wrong, because they are the source of so many errors, because everybody interacts with them. So to have a linker just be like, oh, I don't feel like outputting the executable. You know, like we said, that's the name of it. I don't feel like outputting that, but I'm not going to tell you why. That's like, it causes so much pain for so many programmers, and nobody cares because the culture is not oriented toward this, right? VS in a nutshell, I mean, Linux does it all the time too. Everybody is guilty of this. Right? Sounds more like Windows problem. No, it happens everywhere. I mean, I realize you're nice raiders from another channel, but if you're somehow going to claim that Linux is amazing, I'll just straight up start banning people. They both have problems. I just can't deal with Linux's amazing weebs right now. I can't. Okay. You built a website once. That's a good callback today. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know what the problem is there either now. Let's get a new list of what's going on. You know what? I'm going to output it to a file even. I'm going to take the helpful suggestion for chat. How do you do this in Windows? You go output.txt. But for the errors, I don't know if we output errors to standard error. Do you do this thing? No, it's like this. It's like 2. Something like that. Okay, that just silently failed. And, okay. Oh, it's 2 arrow. See? Okay, I know Windows. It's a Unix system. I know this. I know this. How many frames have we dropped today? 0.3%. Sad. We don't have any fails yet. That's cool. Oh yeah, we do. They just all went to the error. Okay, well this is a handy... Oh yeah, oh this is... Have I mentioned this laptop is terrible, guys? You know what, we're gonna stop this for now, just in case it's hosing the stream real bad. Because we got enough fails, and we'll just run it again with fewer threads next time and hope that it works out. Okay, so here's some fails. Let's just see what they are. Hey, there we go. Test features elsewhere declaration. Like, it's the same thing. Why is this elsewhere declaration? Oh, it must be, right, it's in another file. Yeah, so that was just pasta. All right, great. How about debug info verify? I think we just edited that one, so maybe we left something. Oh, that's a linko problemo. Domo arigato linko problemo. Now here again, we could just turn off enable split modules. Like it's calling set optimization level. That's resulting in something bad. Okay, so we're going to leave that one up there. What about this one? We're going for the easy claps first. Easy clap. It's the same pasta. All right. Overlapping initialization. I thought this is probably a linko, right? Oh, that's the one that just failed to do anything. Okay, we're just not going to link your program. No problem. We're not going to tell you why. It's just you're supposed to be psychic. All right, bindings generator tests. Same pasta. So much of programming is that. Now this might be my laptop just doing the thing that I mentioned. Yeah. Oh, well this also won't link for mysterious reasons. Cool. Cool. I actually wonder, you know, once in a while you get a thing on Windows where there's a zombie process that has a file handle open. We could check to see. Could check to see if it's a zombie compiler process, but sometimes it isn't. Yeah, we don't have a compiler running, so maybe we have a zombie linker process. Nope. Look at all this great stuff running on my computer, by the way. I really wanted 500 programs to be running at all times in the background. That's really my idea of a simple, easy to understand, and performant system. Thanks, everybody, for making software what it is today. You know what I need? I need cookies. No, I need olive oil tortas. These are like giant cookies. Okay. That's another link problem. All right. I'm going to rerun our tests to try and get more easy claps. We're going to run it with way fewer threads. Hopefully it doesn't destroy the stream. Task Manager has an option to start a resource monitor where one can search for open handles. Really, is that useful? I usually use the sysinternals thing, whatever it's called. Let's see. Let's learn about this. When did they put it in? How do I... This is all very confusing. No, oh my God, I click on this and it takes like 3 fucking seconds to change. Embarrassing. Do you see that? Click. Microsoft Teams starts up faster than I can expand this hamburger button. I was confused because I was clicking on several things in succession and I clicked on this and it didn't appear to do anything, and I clicked on something over here and then this did it, and I thought this thing over here did it. How many registry queries and network packets do you think it's sending in order to open this left-hand side thing? Look at all these great startup apps. RTK and use Service 64. That sounds really great. Why is... No, don't enable, disable, please. Thank you. Terminal. Update.exe. 21. So Discord just starts 21 processes. That's cool. That's great. I see exactly why you need 21 processes to run a chat program. That's great. Dropbox starts 11. Why not? Why not have 11? Why not have 500? But people will say, but dude, you don't understand. You need processes to encode things for the GPU for some reason. You need 3 of them. You need a registry console tool running in the back. Like, what? What is all this? All right. Hey, Microsoft Teams. Wait, what? I have never run Microsoft Teams. Why does it have 14 minutes of CPU time? I just installed Windows 11. What even is going on here? I don't think I've ever run Microsoft Teams. Okay. If there's a way to find process handles holding files open, I can't figure it out. So, rip. Dude, I can't even figure out how to expand this menu in less than 2 seconds. Why? Everything is so bad. Okay. However, we're going to do our part to make our things less bad. All right. So here's our new list of fails. These ones that have the link error are maybe don't say test failed to compile. So maybe these are all easy claps. Although I kind of don't believe it, because if this one didn't compile, why would this invaders compile? Let's see. Yeah. This is, again, the linker deciding. It just decided today it's a unionized worker in France, and it just doesn't want to make an executable for us. That's cool. I get it. I get it. Same thing. Cool. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yep. Great. Thanks, LLVM. Awesome. We may have only hard claps left soon. All right. That's wonderful. Great. Just exactly what we love to see. And those are all invaders. Okay, so... Oh, you know what? This appended, I guess. So these are our fails. And really invaders is all the same fail. So it's really only these 5. Which is fine. But it just means we have to figure out what to do. So what we realized before was that enabling the split modules in LLVM was causing this. But I don't know. It might be an easy, totally stupid problem that's obvious. I don't think so, though, because anything where the linker just silently fails to link is not an easy, obvious problem. Like that. Just link it yourself, dude. Yeah, I know, man. If I try to remove existing, yeah, let's double check that there's not a zombie process. So, access is denied. Okay, well maybe it is. Maybe it is totally one of the situations. I can delete it from there, but not from here. Why? I don't know. Okay, so probably it is like a zombie linker process, but it's hiding as a service somewhere. All right. So if I run this, how do we do? Oh, this doesn't set its working directory. So, all right, so it compiled. That's great. It's the most fun video game in the world with the greatest, most authentic alien motions. Ah. Done. All right. Cool. So that's annoying because for obvious reasons. So it wasn't even that someone had the handle open. Maybe it was the read-only thing. So that time it worked. That might have been, I should have checked the executable before deleting it to see if it was marked read-only. So sometimes Windows, okay, here's another one. Is this a thing that exists? It is. Let's see. Tests, regression, overlapping initialization. .exe. Not marked read-only. Okay. Access is denied. Like, I compiled this file like this morning. Why is access denied now? Like, has anyone seen Windows doing this shit to them? Like, what even is going on? It's owned by me. Yeah, we could break out the sysinternals thing. Like, I don't understand how anyone's supposed to be able to program on these machines at this point. All right, so is it this one? So I could check for handles, but it doesn't say access is denied because something has it open, but I forget how to use this. Find, handle, or DLL, overlapping. Process, oh, it's running still for some reason. It's suspended. A cryogenic nightmare. Why is it suspended? I don't know. Like, I could understand if it, like, the compiler bug generated an infinite loop or something, but like, it's just paused for no reason. Who paused it? Why? Like what? Like debugger? No, we never ran the debugger on that. Maybe we're not cleaning up properly after run command. Maybe. So, okay, Raphael, since you're here, this will be helpful because you may know what's going on. I've been, as discussed in the email, I've been refactoring the way that you say what the build options are, and this involved, changing what making an enum for the optimization level as opposed to two different numbers, and then changing how that worked. So there also used to be this kind of redundant variable in build options called optimization level that people didn't really know what it did because there were other options. Whatever. So now we changed it so that that's gone, and when you call this user level function with the enum, which is here, we just set different things based on like what is this parameter, right? And so we set more granular options, and then of course you can call this and then override some of them. And then for LLVM, there's specific optimization level enum. All that is working fine. However, the problem is, for some combinations of options that I'm not sure what they are, when we have enable split modules equals true, which is the thing that compiles in parallel on LLVM, we get like massive numbers of link errors, right? And You know, there were a lot of if statements before this refactor about various variables that have gone away and whatever. And so I'm just wondering if you know what it is that causes problems with the split modules thing. Let me see. So it wasn't invaders causing this. Let me see if any of these still do it. Yeah, so like, for example, we get tons of like unsupported symbol type. Seems to be cough. Wait, is that, oh, is this your output? This might be a different case because this is a debug info verifier. This might be your output. So this actually is a different issue. Okay, so that test not working, maybe the settings aren't what it expects and we can fix that. Okay, so here, okay, this is the kind of thing we see a few times where we just get a boatload of like unresolved external symbols, and if I turn off split modules, we don't get these, right? And I could do that globally. So for example, if I just go here and I say, where's the split modules? If I just say false, right? So we never have them. Now I believe this will work. Yeah. So like there's some feature that is interfering with it. Could be inlining. Yeah, that's, I guess I thought that. Let's try that. Okay, so instead of always turning off split modules, let's say disable inlining equals true. This is actually a different thing. We might have to hard code the optimization level. Yeah, okay, so that's not the right one. This one is a weird one anyway, because LLVM can, this was like doing a certain force inline thing. But like, I could just put stuff down here. I think it's still not going to work, right? Yeah. What might be going on is that we have to say no inline if there's split modules, which is stupid. And maybe we shouldn't pretend like those things are orthogonal if they're in fact not. Inlining. Okay. So what are the places? So this is the thing that I'm like, we should delete that anyway. Okay, yeah, there used to be an if statement around these. I'm just going to search for anything with the string inline. No inline. No inline. Always inline. That's it. That's all the times that we say inlining. So You have to disable most or all optimizations with split modules. That's very sad because that just, so for context for the people following along, all split modules means is we're emulating, you know, like if you're compiling a C program or probably a Rust program or whatever, right? You're compiling things into a bunch of .o files, and then linking the .o files, and that's like how you get parallelism and stuff. Or that's how you get parallelism in that compilation model. It happens to also be very, very slow to compile that way, which is why we don't do it, right? We compile everything at once. However, LLVM is not multi-threaded when you're doing that, right? LLVM does not have internal multi-threading in that way. So the way you can achieve parallelism is by like pretending there's multiple .o files, because it's programmed around this compilation model from the 1970s, right? Even though it's a 2023 compiler backend supposedly. So you have to like pretend that there's multiple .o files, but then that like doesn't work very well. So I don't know. If any optimization was configured, it's set. Okay, so basically, let's get more, yeah, that's fine. We would do that at user level here. We could also give a warning inside the backend. It's just, I'm trying to cut down on the amount of magical stuff, because the thing that happened before was we had our size optimization, we had our speed optimization variable, we also had build options.optimization level, and then we also had stuff like enable split modules. And all of these things were causing random things to happen in the LLVM backend that people don't understand. So I'm trying to simplify that. I'm going to close this window now that it's cool in here. You know, we would just like things to be as visible to the people as possible. And so maybe we do a thing where if you have optimization, so this user-facing routine will do the right thing where it turns off split modules, I think. But then if it's turned on, maybe we warn you or something. So the other thing that happened, that I want to ask you about, because I think, you know, some of these if statements were very precarious in terms of, you know, like turning on and off certain things under certain cases. And the other thing that I noticed, let's go back, let's get a fresh release compiler. It takes like a lot longer to build Sokoban now. Let's I actually don't. I feel like we had split modules going with Sokoban, but maybe that's not right. Anyway, so it like takes. I should maybe remove the printing out of that. It used to take like 3 or 4 seconds to do debug build, right? With LLVM. And now it takes like 15 seconds. And that's defaulting to 01. Oh no, we're defaulting it to 00 now. 01 is a little bit faster. But it still takes a really long time. And so something is turned on that wasn't turned on before. Yeah, with the changes from today, like I just tried to juggle around and simplify the if statements, and Something happened. But so, I mean, here's the thing. With Sokoban, enable split modules was true. I guess our optimization is O0 though, right? So maybe that's, like you're saying, that's why it works. Why is that O0 though? Did we change that to O? Okay, I'm confused about, oh, because we're setting it to O0 literally right here. So what happens now if, oh, hold on. Let's get rid of all that. Will this fail to link? Because I feel like it'll work. Yeah, so here's the thing. We have O1 with split modules happening, right? And yet it compiles. Now it does take 15 seconds, but is this code checked in? I'm about to check it in. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spend another few minutes just making the split modules thing be what we said just now. Here's what we're going to do. Temporary must be false in many cases for LVM to work, but I am not actually sure exactly what the requirements are. O1 works on Sokoban, for example, but maybe not on other stuff. Okay, so I'm just gonna say if optimization setting not equal to .O0 enables split modules equals false. People could still override this, but okay, so what? Okay, so the problem is, I think your debug info test is still going to fail, right? However, like that's going to cause the test run to fail, which isn't the worst thing because it's already failing. So maybe I should check this in anyway. But this also, so there's another issue, which is set optimization level, which is, I'm leaving it around deprecated. That probably changed. Okay, well, that also sets an, so something changed here that is causing your debug info to become confused. Also, when debug info is turned on, I can't see context, like the context variable. So like, dude, I don't know what's happening. Let me just see if that's the only test that's failing. And, oh, not x64, LVM. And, you know, I'll just check it in anyway, like I said, because it's already broken. Will this ever be released? Yeah, it'll be released to your mom tonight. All right, new snack is up. We're going to try the lemon cookies. Okay, one test failed. So that's good. We're in a good place. How's it? Okay. All right. Here we go. In progress, work on compiler optimization setting. There is still some stuff wrong. Okay, so there you go. Oh, I got to commit Sokoban as well. Sync with compiler optimization setting stuff. Oh no, I can't. Okay, here's what I have to do. I have to mark that test as broken. I have to mark that test as broken so that Sokoban can build, because otherwise it won't like build correctly either way. All right. So do I say broken here? Is that how this works? Yeah. Instead of being obliterated, people still play Apex? In the last VOD, you deleted build O0 default pipeline. Oh, you know, that's probably it. Lawler Coaster. All right, let's just do this and then we'll go look at that. So commit disable a debug info test for now. We have to remember to re-enable that because that's an important test. All right. Oh wait, I had a window with this. Okay. All right. Remember that? Lol. Okay. Yes. So this is probably some really stupid thing. Yeah, I deleted it because it looked stupid and I should never build per module default pipeline. All right. So let's go look at exactly what that said. Like, which time did we change that in? Was it this one? Probably. Okay. Build O0 default pipeline. Let's read about how stupid this is. This is about the new pass manager stuff, I guess. All right, well, let's put this back. If setting is equal to LVM opt O0, well, I mean, this is weird because I guess we don't want to do any of this stuff, right? So we're going to do this. And then we're going to do MP. Okay. So now what I don't like about this is it seems to be encouraging us to do O0 by default for debug builds. But like O1 is probably better for debug builds. I would like to do O1, but if LLVM is just not going to play that way, that's not good. All right, PB and MAM don't exist. Did I put this in the right? Okay, where was it? It was after all the PB cross-register proxies. Okay, so it was literally and figuratively down here. Because of the if above. Okay, so mupum, etc. So stupid. All right. Now what? I eat a lemon cookie, that's right. You also deleted it initially, but then you put it back because things didn't work, or what? We'll make this O0 for now. Still taking a long time. No. Run the O0 pass. Re-implement, validate input, and validate output. O0 pass is necessary for forced inline. What? How does that make any sense? That sounds like opposite day. What? How does that make any sense at all? Unless you run at least the O0 pass. Okay, but here, this would run at least the O0 pass, right? If you put O0 in for this. Why do we set optimization level to be the address of this and then say star? Is this a reference parameter to a giant thing? What's going on there? That's what's so stupid. Right. Because there are globals that are compared against. Well, great. So I don't really understand why this is necessary or desired. Support O0 in default pipelines. Okay, so this is something that they know is stupid and that they have fixed. It just hasn't made our way to us. Okay. That's good to know. That's actually, okay, listen. As much as I bag on LLVM, that's actually heartening because it's like they looked at their API and said, this doesn't make any sense, and they fixed it. And that's great. If only they would do that 5,000 more times, we would really be getting somewhere. You know, I have unset. See, this is even confusing. Like, I have unset being 01. But if that's going to, like, I just don't know. Let's do this. Just so that if we want to change it to O0, right? I get. So are we saying that O0 is the only safe thing for split modules? I don't think that's true. It must be something else because we could compile Sokobod with it. Depends on whether O1 enables inlining. Isn't there a way? Just hear me out here. Isn't there a way to just inline stuff and not delete the original thing? Like, why is this even an issue? Like, can't we just have inlining and also keep around the non-inline function so you can link against it? Like, it's not rocket science. And there probably is a way to do that. Probably have to mark the procedures maybe as exported. Well, that is something that I changed a little bit. Or there was an if statement about that. It's sometimes hard to know if you change something. Okay, this is a thing that I changed right here that might be causing this issue. So Right. This actually used to be tied to whether it was debug or not. So this is probably causing the problem, actually. So this is not just, okay, we're going to have to explain this, right? Anytime this happens, it just means there needs to be much more of a comment about it. So if we're not preserving and something about the optimization level, right? If we're not preserving and what did we say it was? Fuck, I can't even check this because unset remaps to something. This is very annoying. External linkage is also required to not break backtraces on Unix. Yeah, so this used to be tied to like, is it a debug build, right? Was, I think, or is it not a debug build? And I was trying to get more precise about it. Like, so we have this other thing, which is output debug info. Where is it? It's like debug info type or something. Emit debug info. So really, we want to check this if it's about, okay. Hold on. Literally what just happened? Okay. If do internal if, and again, I'm probably going to get this wrong. We'll think about it in a minute. If interp build options dot emit debug info not equal to 0. I just don't remember what it's called. So we set it to false if that. And then we're saying if the actual optimization level the backtraces happen for runtime exceptions and they don't have access to bug info on Unix, they rely on external symbols and frame unrhymed information. Okay, wait. So you're saying if we set this to internal, You're saying runtime exceptions as in the program crashes, or do you mean runtime exceptions as in something else? You don't see these functions in assert stack traces. That's fine, though. That's fine. I mean, unless we want to have a whole other variable attached to that. But in my mind, when I output something without debug info, I don't expect to see system level traces making sense. I mean, like, if we want to get more nuanced about this later, we also can. We could have a separate control for it. I just want to figure out, okay, so now we're also saying in addition to these things, if it's 01 or above, then also don't do internal. Is that right? That seems like opposite day to me. Wait, now you're saying no. I don't know what no, it's fine means. What just happened? Dude, I asked that question so much. Everything is fine. I don't think everything is fine. I think that the problem I'm trying to solve is just this. When I go back here and I say, we're not going to turn off split modules, I think a bunch of stuff's going to break again, right? It's okay to only have back traces. Okay, yeah. So now, but so the stuff you were saying about some optimization levels invoking inlining. So is the problem that if something is marked internal and we inline it, we inline all uses of it in one module. Yeah, stuff's breaking. Like, I would like to actually figure out what it's doing, right? So I guess it thinks that if it inlines everything, every instance of this in one module, and it's an internal symbol, then it doesn't have to export it, right? So what we really should say is if enable split modules, actually this should be in the C++ code. So if enable split modules and we're going to check in the optimization level here, but for now, no matter what. Okay. So if we enable split modules, you just can't yeah, I wonder if there would be a there's also private that keeps a symbol around without allowing it to link to external symbols. What is considered external? right? So the split modules thing would require external anyway, right? Because they're just different object files. External hidden. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Already only have a weak grasp of all these linker concepts when you're not tired. Yeah, I know how it is. All right. So we're just going to rebuild this thing, for example. Hey, look, it works. All right. So this is good, though, because rather than disabling split modules, we're actually enabling symbols, which is spammy. And let's not even care about O0 here. It's like, look, if we allow these symbols to be internal, then LVM may eliminate them if they are inlined 100% of the time, which then means, oh, well, no, like it's more basic than that. It's just, it's not even about inlining. Like, I mean, if you make a symbol internal, you just can't reference it from another module. So like, why did this ever have anything to do with optimization to begin with? Like, what? I don't even know. If you didn't inline them, things work. But yeah. Working on a non-LLVM backend now and everything is so much easier. What is it? Which one is it? Or do you mean you're making one? Either of those is good. There was, there was this other backend that I was always interested a little bit in trying. I just don't have the bandwidth. LLVM is it's just what happens when you have 1,000 programmers, right? Like, that's all it is. For fast debug builds. What if you inline them 60% of the time? Then it works every time, 60% of the time. Okay. Dude, I don't know. Okay, so emit debug info none. Okay. So well, we would like symbols to be internal for cleanliness purposes, but there are various things that get in the way of that. So actually, quite a lot of the time, they can't be internal. So if all this works, then it would be time, and it see all the tests passed. So that means maybe it's time to go back to this test. It was one of the broken tests that I just added. Actually, here we go. So this probably still doesn't work, although maybe it does. I don't know. I don't know. It looks like it works now. I mean, I guess it does its checking during compile time here. So, okay, that's not broken anymore. Great. Great. The old code said always external linkage unless optimizations, unless elsewhere. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. I think that had to do with conflating debug build, right? Debug build means two things at least, and this was the source of a lot of confusion, right? It means we want debug info and we want things to be amenable to debug info, and it also means like optimization level 0, right? And I think that's where the confusion comes in, and I'm trying to like clarify which of those meanings is intended or is necessary in different cases, right? Yeah. So always internal, when you're saying old code said blah, blah, blah. So always external unless optimizations means, maybe unless optimizations means unless debug info, or unless no debug info, or maybe it means unless we might inline, right? That's okay. So yeah, so we're saying this is definitely a thing. This is kind of redundant, I guess. I'm actually not sure. So when we emit debug info, those map to the function symbols, right? So we need those function symbols to exist. So then this doesn't really matter, probably. Unless you're running without debug info, and the debugger looks up the function symbol. What's the difference between preserve debug info and emit debug info? The difference is, this is a little bit of a new distinction. So preserve debug info Backtraces do. Okay, so let's make that comment here. Debug info itself doesn't require external symbol visibility, but stack traces on Unix do. System stack traces, system level stack traces on Unix do. And we are conflating these right now. If you want debug info, you probably want readable stack traces. We may refine this in the future. Okay. So the difference between preserve and this is, we want, so one potential benefit of changing, right? So the old thing was like you have your size level and your speed level, and we would do a bunch of stuff automatically based on that. And I mean, there was also output debug info, which is a separate variable. But some of the stuff that we do, like there's all these hacks in the LLVM backend here. For example, to take the address of something to prevent it from getting mem to regged, right? So that the symbol is visible, right? And you kind of would like that to be orthogonal to optimization level. Like I want an optimized build with maximum debuggability anyway, like maximum considering that we're optimizing. So like I still want to see my procedure parameters and all that. Or, we want an optimized build and don't worry about showing any of that stuff because it may degrade performance, right? And so that's the difference, is you could output debug info for an optimized build but not do anything that makes the code slower, and then maybe the debug info isn't that good but it's still there, right? That's the idea anyway. We'll see how that goes. Wow, chat got real quiet. Evan was saying stupid stuff for a long time, and then we got serious, and now nobody has anything to say. Just making sure that we're still even streaming. Great. Okay. So yeah. I mean, this is all horrible. This is just, it's one of these software things when you try to deal with stuff that isn't ideal. Turned out to be more complicated than we thought. Well, I think there's different levels of complication, and that's part of the point, right? So the top level is very easy and dumb. It's like people just call this function with one of these enums, right? Well, and there's a preserve debug info flag here, but you call with these two things, and then you get the result that you get. And it goes and sets all the different options, and then you can override them afterward if you want, right? That's all. And so it's really been mostly about going through the compiler code and finding places where, the variables that existed before were actually a lot more complicated than they looked, because there were lots of like sketchy if statements doing various things. And people, beta people didn't understand what they were doing. And so the goal is to make everything visible and understandable. And then we'll see, we'll see if it's a good, sounded like a 20-minute thing. Yeah, I mean, I was I was hoping it would be a 20-minute thing. It's been a 4-hour thing. But that's fine. 4 hours is O of 20 minutes. But I think we mostly have it at this point. I mean, obviously we might tweak it, we might refine it. I think we're doing okay. My only concern right now is that Sokoban takes so damn long to compile, and I'm not sure why. Let me go back and re-enable that. Re-enable this for a second so we could see it. But, you know, it like takes frickin' 15 seconds now. So obviously something is turned on that wasn't before. That is taking time. Should have an optimized compile time. I mean, we do at, like that's sort of what debug is, really. 15 seconds is unacceptable. Yeah, I mean, I want to spend a little bit more time today figuring it out because there's some culprits. So like I said, there used to be an if statement around this that like only did it if not O0. Let's just go see what that was. I scrolled way too far. Show log. All right. Probably this one. Dude, I can't even see. Yeah, this had an opt level is equal to 0 around it, and I was trying to orthogonalize these. So like disable mem to reg was only like, you know, it was only taking effect if opt level is equal to 0, otherwise not. And then inlining was, you know, being implicitly ignored. Like just all these weird topologies of how things behave based on how other things are set. So this has been changed. So disable inlining is true. That's one of them. And disable mem to reg is probably false, right? Maybe that's... I mean, I don't think we ever turned on disable mem to reg. I can't exactly put it back because this variable doesn't exist anymore, right? I mean, really, for the purposes of making a debug build, this would have been 0 before, and so it's actually the same. So I don't actually think this is the problem. This would change release builds or optimized builds. So it's maybe something else. Like something else changed in all this code. Let's just review. There's this stuff. But if you say 0, I mean, I did change it back to 01 here for a bit, so we could try 0 again. But I don't think that makes that much of a difference. In fact, I think it's slower. Last time we checked, 0 is slower than 01. Yeah, 01 was faster by like a second and a half. Or no, 0 was faster, sorry. That's what we just changed. Anyway, they're both very, very slow for some reason. Anyway, so this was all about just finding the variable. Now it's a more straightforward map from an enum. We still do the npm, etc., and then nothing down there. And that's all the differences from that revision. But there are other revisions. Are you setting the code gen optimization for LVM target machine? It's on O2 by default and can cause code gen to be slow. Let's see. Target machine. I mean, we pass it as, it's not going to be that easy to find because we do pass it. I mean, this is what all this is for, right? We create target machine. We figure out our optimization level. We set that on the per module default pipeline. I mean, it doesn't look like we're setting it explicitly on the target machine, but is that maybe from before the pass manager stuff? target machine had an opt parameter. Opts. Those are options. Code gen level opt. What is opt? Wait. This is totally, what the hell? This didn't get changed correctly. Okay, this might be the problem for sure. Twitch chat comes in handy. So is this the same as this? Okay, let's just factor all this stuff out. Here we go. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to move this way up to here. Watch this be a totally different thing, right? Star, it's going to be a totally different thing, watch. Yep. Okay, well, fucking... Dude, I don't know. Something like that. Okay. Hey, it was a lot faster. That's pretty weird. I guess it's not that weird. Mystery solved. Okay. I don't know how that, I must have been really tired when I edited that, because that really obviously didn't make any sense. Oh, you know, I think I did a search and replace and expected to get type mismatch errors, which I did almost everywhere, but there, because it was doing other things, it didn't happen. All right, so that's good. I still don't like how much stuff is flying around, but it's fine. It's fine. Let's run that on the tests. What does it do there that wastes 10 seconds? Someone earlier in chat said it's about machine code generation. Like the pass manager is probably about LLVM bitcode only or something, right? So we spent an extra 10 seconds juggling machine code instructions. We could put that comment, right? Opt level is for the pass manager, which I guess is about massaging LLVM bitcode the IOPT number here is maybe more for machine code generation if we don't. You love that they both take different enums. Yeah, I mean, dude, I mean, it kind of makes sense though, right? You know what? Let's look up what the actual, because now that we're not passing in this integer parameter, doing this weird integer cast and add thing doesn't make sense anymore, right? So we might as well just set, oh, 2 tests failed. Great. Oh, I love it when 2 tests fail. Wonderful. Not. Damn it. All right, hold on though. Code gen opt. Look at all these windows I have open. We've got a process explorer. Look at all this stuff. Okay. Code gen opt. None less default aggressive. All right. Code gen opt. Let's call it gen opt equals oh boy, is this how you do it in C++? Sounds great. Enum level. Wait, that's okay, so it would just be this, right? I don't know. Let's see what happens for a second. Illegal use of namespace identifier in expression. It really doesn't want. Oh, it's a code gen opt : level here. Dude, I'm not even paying attention at this point. None is not a member. Illegal qualified name. Oh, N-O, right. There we go. There we go. Go C++. It's your birthday. All right, cool. So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to pass gen opt, which is the correct type down here. Okay, and yay, C++. Okay, none less default aggressive. None less default aggressive. How do you spell aggressive? My brain doesn't even know about the G's in aggressive. Default. Default. Like the word default is not, that just shouldn't be an option that you use in this way. This is another thing broken about all these APIs. Okay, great. Now we probably still have the problem that 2 of the tests are failing because we, in principle, didn't change anything right there. So I guess we'll find that out. Oh, you know what? The unset, that's the problem. Hang on. Because I had wanted to delete that. It's a good question. What should we give people completely by default? How's it going, everybody? Tests sure go faster when they don't all take an extra 10 seconds. A couple new bug reports. I mean, sure, send them, but I'm drowning in bug reports right now. It's not great. It's good because sometimes they give opportunities for figuring out how to restructure things in the compiler to be better, but like... Yeah. All right. Have a good night. It looks like everything's working fine. So nothing for you to worry about now. Thanks for the help. And yeah, we'll just there might be some problems downstream from this refactor, but we'll just figure out what they are when the time comes. Have a good night. Oh, there's actually, why was I not seeing context in the debug info? That might still be an issue. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Okay. Well, this is good. So all these work. And the compiler probably works, or the Silkabon game. I mean, it's all working. Can't ask for more than that. Well, actually you can, but it's all working. That effect is like flickering. It seems like to the annoying way. Okay, anyway, we got some things done. I think it's You know, after about 4 hours is when it's time for me to take a little stream break. So I am feeling the desire to break. Thanks for coming by. We haven't done a programming stream in a while, so that was fun. Let me take the W here. Did I? Let's try this as O1 and see what happens. It takes significantly longer. I think that's also because of the machine code thing, right? We might want to, oh my God, it's so much longer. Bro. Okay, well, LLVM, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Would in principle like this to be O1, but LLVM is much in that case. A lot of this is machine code settings that are currently coupled but could be decoupled. Okay, so that's great. So we do those. Is there anything on Sokoban to check in? Nope, just a bunch of red lines. When level design stream? Maybe not for a while. I have other stuff to focus on. Are we messing with different LVM calling convention options? No, we currently are not doing that. We will have our own calling convention for this language, but it's just not, it doesn't matter that much, honestly. Okay. Let's find a place to raid. How do we do that? Software and game development. Who is doing good software and game development? Code Wars, Leak Code, just chatting. Spanish language. Other language. ADHD. Not. What is with nobody in America streaming? We're going to get out competed by everybody else. Serverless. Oh boy. Area 51. Is that a game being worked on? Java mentoring. Project Weasel. Oh, Project Weasel. I mean, who doesn't like weasels? Summer Feeling demo play testing. Space Scavenger 2.
It's black, so I had to add like this white outline.
This doesn't look like programming. Developing artificial Portal and Half-Life inspired puzzle game. All right, we could do this. Maybe.
This guy.
I mean, he's not really doing any programming either. Okay, Sag. MMO game dev. Short OCaml stream. Like, software and game development is a weird channel title because on the one hand, there should be or a channel category. There should be a place for people doing just like modeling and texturing and whatever. But people who watch modeling and texturing streams don't really want to watch programming streams and vice versa. So and they're all in the same channel. You know what I'm saying? It's like calling it all development is you know. I don't know. It always takes so much out of me to try to find a good host raid. Oh, dude, hold on. I mean, this guy doesn't have a camera. But he's actually okay. This is our raid. So thanks everyone for coming by. And see you all later on. Is this, can you not say /raid anymore? It just doesn't work. Twitch doesn't tell me anything. I'm going to click raid channel button. Start raid. You are unable to raid Proton Fig at this time. No explanation why. Does this channel block raids? I don't know. Well, rip. See what I mean? I try so hard for everybody. I try so hard. And yet I still can't. I can't. Game dev returns. Does this guy do programming or does he just type outlines? It looks like programming. This looks like a to-do list for programming.
Now I have Krim as my coworker, so the day should go by faster. Chat, fill me in. I haven't seen you in a week.
Do you guys know if this guy programs?
What have you been up to in this week? Did you do anything cool? Anything interesting? Did I see John Wick 4? I did not see it yet.
There's like it's the middle of the day. There's nobody working. This is, I can't even read the text because it's half covered with glowy face. What is TSX or whatever that says? Is that TypeScript extended? Super TypeScript? Dude. TypeScript React. Software is booming, bro. I know. I know. Let's see if this says programming yet. Nope. To-do list. All right. Game dev UE5. Okay, he has code on the screen.
Oh, and that calls reparent.
It's C++
internally.
looking.
Interesting.
All right. So we're going to do this. Okay, I just typed /raid there. It also didn't do anything. We are unable to raid sovereign dev at this time. Are you sure that Twitch raids aren't just broken? Am I typing raid in my own chat? Yes, and I'm also using the UI. All right, guys, I can't raid anybody. I don't know what to do. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I wanted to pay it forward with the raid, but it doesn't work. So you don't think raids are a thing? We just got raided. We got a 700-person raid today, and I'm trying to pay it forward. I'm trying to pay it forward. All right, thanks everybody. Sorry, you could go watch this channel or one of the other channels manually. You could go watch the Commodore 64, wherever that was. You could watch C++ leak code, but I can't raid. All right. Thanks, everybody. See you later.